T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Than a mile, I'm crossing you in style someday. Old dream maker, you heartbreaker, wherever you're going, I'm going your way. Two drifters off to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbows and waiting round the bend, my huckleberry friend, Moon River,
it's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So everybody's wondering, they're going like, "Oh my gosh!" And of course, my phone was off the hook last night. As everybody was just throwing me like tons of messages and stuff, like, "Oh my gosh, look what's happening." I want to throw this up here. If you're not looking at this, you really, really, really need to look at this, because it puts everything into perspective for you, in what's happening right now. Don't just look at the price of AMC or the price of Ape. Look at them together. Yesterday's closing price was $6.23. AMC closed out at $4.53, and Ape closed it at $1.70. That's right here, right? This is our hard set data point. And notice most of the activity in the aftermarket hours and the pre-market hours all kind of balances out on either side of that. And actually, just as I was getting ready to start the live stream, we were right around 623. No real change in total overall price, but AMC's down like yesterday at when the aftermarket was all said and done, it was like 7-something%. Let's see what it is right now. It's 5.74% down right now in the pre-market, and then looking at, that's AMC, and then looking at Ape is down or up rather 11.18%. It was 15 in the aftermarket hours last night. Now, the one thing I want you to remember is that when you have a conversion and reverse split, it's about market value, right? That's what it's all going to come down to is what is the market value of AMC and Ape? When Ape, because there's so many more shares of Ape, there's like almost twice as many shares of Ape than there is AMC. When Ape goes up in value, our total overall value of the company goes up dramatically more than when AMC comes down, because it's only 1/3 of all the outstanding shares, or thereabouts, close enough, right? I'm rounding things a little bit here. So what I want you to understand is that when you see a increase in price on Ape to 15%, AMC's got to come down like double, right? It's got to come down double the amount just in order for it to balance out in market value. And when that doesn't happen, then the market value of AMC and Ape together, the combined market value, is much higher. And that didn't happen. The price has stayed the same, 623. It didn't change. It was just the same all the way through. Balanced out just perfectly. Ape went up, AMC came down a little, but the total market value went way, way up, right? And that's the important thing to remember, is because when the conversion and the reverse split happens, that's going to actually come in, that value is actually going to be added back into the total sum of all the position that you hold. and that's a good thing. That's a great thing. We really want to see that. So, I know people are probably looking at AMC and going, "Oh man, that sucks. 5.74% down." But man, Ape up 11.18. It's crazy. It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. So don't let people fool you and try and tell you like, "Oh my gosh, AMC is losing its value." Nah, it's actually going way up. So just remember, you have to look at the numbers differently. You can't just look at one or the other. You have to look at it as a total valuation. Let's see here. That's all I got for you for this morning as far as the morning pep talk goes. Arthur had sent me a message last night on the Discord. Arthur, all I gotta say, man, I don't really care one way or the other whether or not Allegheny had any shares to begin with. I mean, they claim they had ownership of shares, something like 800 or I don't remember what it was. It was a really low number of shares, and it really doesn't matter to me one way or the other. I don't care. The judge is going to rule the way the judge is going to rule, but obviously with the special master putting out her 200 and some odd page recommendation, you know, it's obviously played an impact on how the market sees what's going on here, and now you've got institutions who actually drive price starting to buy Ape, and that's good. I'm happy. That's what I want to see. We need that volume, and we're getting it because as of this morning, we're looking way better on volume before Pokey Stick than when we normally do, and volume is our friend. Oh, you sent it 2 days ago? It literally just showed up. It showed up on my Discord just overnight, so that's really kind of strange. I'm telling you, strange stuff happens for me on Discord. I don't know why, but I don't get my notifications until way later, and I think it's because I use my phone and I use my computer for Discord, and I always have it open, um, and so I don't get the notifications on sometimes on them like till way later. In fact, I sent a message to Pantheon, and he's always really, really diligent about getting back to me like right away, and I still don't have a return message from him showing yet. So I mean, and I'm sure he's probably already responded to me, and it's just it's kind of it's weird how I get everything's delayed. I don't know why, but it always seems like delayed a lot. So uh, I would say that if you're ever trying to reach out to me and getting in touch with me, the place where I get my information from you guys the fastest is going to be Twitter. That always seems to go through right away. There's no delay on it, and the only problem is sometimes I do miss some of the DMs when people send me DMs because uh, I'll click on it or something like that, or I'll accidentally be on the DM page and then flip off of it and not see that it was the most current message that was posted or something. I don't know. Nana, you know what? That song touched me a little bit too, and I don't mean in a bad kind of way. It was a very cool song. I actually have never heard that song before, but it was very touching. All right, my glasses are clean. I'm ready to take a look at these numbers that we got going on here. Let's see here. I'm going to read through some of the stuff that you guys are saying real quick here. Let's see. You sent it on the 20th at 9 a.m. That's crazy because I just got the notification last night. That's really weird. Hola, good morning to you. Arthur says, "Show us on the doll where it touched you, Casey." Uh, right in the heart, man. Right in the heart. I'm touching my heart right now. You can't see it, but I'm touching my heart. Nate, good morning to you. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and flip over to the other page here, guys, and we'll take our first run through on the numbers and see what's going on here. I had to turn off my computer last night because of a thunderstorm that ran through. Also, I want to give you guys a little bit of a heads up here announcement. When I take my 7 o'clock break this morning, I will not be coming back for market open. I'll do the intro for the market open, but I probably will not be back to talk with you guys. We've got more doctor's appointments we got to go to today. So if hold on a second here, I'm looking at something real quick. Okay. Excuse me. All right. Tim says, "How is Bruno?" He's outside right now. So we got pumpkin, chicken, rice, brown rice in his stomach. He ate it, a lot of it. I was really surprised, guys. I never thought in a million years he would eat anything pumpkin. In fact, when we first showed it to him, he was like, "Hell no, I'm not eating that." And then he kept sniffing it, and he was like, "Maybe I'll give it a try." And then once he started eating it, he started chowing down on it. Um, yeah, I was really pleasantly surprised. So he's got that in him, but that didn't help. Now he smells like he's farting pumpkin chicken rice, which smells horrific. It is not pleasant. Hun, he's outside right now. I put him out there just before I started the stream, so he hasn't been out for too long. But he's not doing good. he tried to wake us up in the middle of the night last night again. So let's see here. Let's go to the other page here and let's take a look at these numbers here. I'm going to read real quick what Bird Eye wrote. He said, "Wouldn't Ape running up before conversion, then they sell it all off with Antera last sales and run AMC up, so conversion isn't as impactful against the market makers." I'm not sure. I'd have to kind of mull that in my head a little bit to figure out what it is that you mean by that. Um, some they would have to buy, right? They would have to buy it all. They would have to buy, but if they sold it, I don't know why they would. I don't know why they would sell it. It doesn't make sense, but especially if they were going to need those shares for to use to uh, cover any positions that they needed to. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Let's see. Starting on the top left-hand side, price predictions. Like I said, we closed at 623 combined yesterday, and I think that's going to be a little bit lower than what any of us had guessed, because that would have been the bottom side of that would have been 473, and the lowest price predictor for yesterday was Einstein with 481. So nobody got the actual correct exact price closing combined between the two. But everybody did get a price prediction tally point, so let me add those up here real quick. Or tally them up, I guess. 1 + 1, 2. Good job, Casey. Yay. I added it up. Let's see here. Short exempt volume. Short exempt volume yesterday on AMC was 172.9 thousand shares. A little bit more than the previous day. And on Ape, well, this page is nice and bright. Let's see, Ape had 38.8 thousand. It's a little bit low again. Bet you that'll be a lot higher today. AMC by the end of the day yesterday was down 1.31%, and Ape was up, no, down 2.3. All right. And moving on, Max Payne. Like I said, I had to reboot the computer, so everything's already updated. It is $5 still. No change to Max Payne for the day. Let's see here. What else we got going on here? Oh, off exchange. I was hoping to see some like really crazy numbers on off exchange with that aftermarket movement, and really didn't see much. So nothing crazily unusual going on there, but off exchange was at 45.81. We'll probably see it show up today, but 45.81% through off exchange on AMC with EDGX at 6.86. The combined total on that's 52.67. That's about 11.33% less than what I would expect to see by the end of the day. Where was all the extra volume going? NYSE ARCA had 10.59, and NASDAQ GSM, which was about 5% higher than it would normally be. And NASDAQ GSM was about 2% higher than it normally is. And then of course CHX volume was 3.28 of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 3.42. But do note that CHX volume has just been constantly high, and that's because they've been returning a lot of shares, and that's been at 427,000 shares. 500 is amazingly high, so it was right on the border edge of being amazingly high. Taking a look at Ape. Final numbers yesterday, 45.4% going through off exchange. EDGX was 6.14. The combined total, and that's 51.54%, or 12.46% less than what I would expect to see on a normal day. CHX volume was normal at 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.04. Most of the additional volume going through the New York Stock Exchange, going through the NASDAQ GSM as well, and also NYSE ARCA. NASDAQ GSM was about, almost 4.5% higher than normal. And the NYSE ARCA was about 6% higher than normal, almost 6.5% higher than normal. So a lot of that extra volume going into those exchanges. On GME, just checking CHX volume right now, it was yesterday 1.96% with a 30-day average of 0.33. Anything over 30,000 shares I deem as being exceptional, and it was 47,000 shares going through that exchange yesterday. So there's definitely some returning of shares going on happening yesterday. Let's see what else we got going on here. Institutional ownership, I did refresh this morning, but I'll go ahead and refresh it one more time just to see if it changes at all. But 139.153 is the same number we've had for about 2 or 3 weeks now. Let's see what it, yep, still 139.153, no change. Taking a look at options, those are updated as well, but let me go ahead and run it just one more time just in case. Highest amount of volume for calls is still at a $5 strike for which is actually slightly down. It was $5.50. I'm pretty sure it was 5 yesterday too. I think I may have not changed. Maybe it was 5.5. No, it was 5.5. It was $5.50. So the highest amount of volume for open interest has dropped from 5.5 down to 5. And we went from 36.2 thousand contracts on 5.5 to 39,000 contracts at 5. Puts, highest amount of open interest is at a $4 strike. There were 61.2 thousand contracts yesterday. There's now 69.4 today, and quite a few contracts have closed out at that $5 and $6 strikes that were in the money puts that were being purchased. A lot of them. So market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $4 and $5, even though we're at $4.32. All right, let's give you a little bit of Funky Pizza music productions here. Maybe? How do I get back to this? There we go. Alright, I gotta turn my volume down so I can think. I'm gonna take you back over the other screen here. I'll move some stuff around and some pages, and then we'll take a look at the rest of the data. I know. There's like tons and tons of lines on this, and this is getting really nasty and dirty to look at. We did have that breakout at the end of the day that I was expecting to see inside my box area on this last little wedge of the day here, and we did have the breakout going up. But, you know, it tested off at 627, came right back down, then closed at 623 combined on AMC and Ape. I'm actually going to delete a lot of this to try and get rid of some of the noise so that we're not looking at a bunch of craziness here. Do I want to hold? I want to hold this line here because it does seem to be a trending level of resistance right now, and this seems to be a trending level of support as well. So I'm going to keep those. This I will probably get rid of. This I'm going to hold. All right, so we got a couple different lines of level of resistance, and let's kind of zoom out here just a tad bit and see where we're heading towards. Ultimately, it still looks like we want to break this descending level of resistance. I would say that there might be a case for a bearish triangle kind of forming here that would maybe break out. And I'm using the $6.14 Fibonacci retracement level of support. So if you see that as like the bottom line down here, and then this descending level of resistance, if I draw a box towards the end of this right here, it's going to be somewhere right around here, which would be a breakout. This would be a bearish signal here, and the breakout would be somewhere around today. Around 130-ish, 130 to, I'm looking at like, I don't know, in the aftermarket hours to some time. So we're probably going to see some consolidation here, but this does look like a bearish triangle. Just to draw it out so you can see it, I'm talking about this. Sometimes I can't handle trading view. Alright, that's good. No, I did not feed him more. Is he okay? Okay. Alright, moving on to Ortex data. Short share interest of the free float. We're at 23.89% short share interest of the free float on AMC. Utilization, we're on day number... I didn't actually check this earlier on my Excel spreadsheet. Utilization, what's the date on this? June 19th. This is not updated. Let me refresh this real quick. Utilization is now showing correctly. We are still at 100% on AMC. That is day number 108. Let me change my Excel spreadsheet real quick here for Ape, because that is going to change. Let's see what it is. Ape's at 38.39. A little bit lower than what it was yesterday. On loan amount for AMC, let's see where we're still moving up. Moving on up. There we go. What do we got? We went from 197.38 to 198.64. So 1.26. 260,000 shares. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. That's not right. 260,000 shares less. What am I saying? It's 1.26. I don't know why I can't math this morning. That should be right. I'm not mathing well this morning, so I'm going to pull out a calculator here because obviously I can't math. Too early, a lot of stuff on the brain. 197.38. Minus 198.64. Yeah, 1.26. I got it right. Okay. we went up 1.26 million shares on loan day over day, and then estimated short share interest of the free float increased as a result from 23.8 to 23.89, 0.0009. Let's see what that equates to in shares. About 467,000 shares of that 1.26 million was in new short interest. On loan average age per day. Actually, I needed to look at another. That's right. That's the next one. Let's see. We had it. Looks like it slightly went up. It went from 108.08 to 108.24. And security lending volume day over day did drop from 8.43 to 4.69 million. Taking a look at Ape, short share interest of the free floats at 4.85%. Let's take a look at that utilization dropping ever so slightly, a little bit more. That means on loan amount probably dipped a little bit as well. We went from 14.19 million to 13.99, so 200,000 shares having been returned. Estimated short share interest of the free float as a result also dipped. It went from 4.86 to 4.85. 0.01. On loan average age per day should still be heading up, and it is. It went from 128.65 to 131.37. Security lending volume day over day slightly dropped from 384,000 shares to 256. Futures on the market, VIX is showing up 0.93. And it looks like most of the markets are down right now, anywhere from 0.27 to 0.38. So definitely some red futures. All right, hon. See you in a bit. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. Due to the aftermarket hours that occurred, they were after the last 4 minutes, the big price move. So we're not going to be on this list here, but today we might actually be on the list due to the higher quantities of volume that we're seeing in the aftermarket hours. So watch for us to probably start showing back up on those orders today. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day on AMC is at $4.08. Ape at 1 point. Well, actually, I got to figure out Ape here because let's see here. Closing price was 1.7. 1.53 yesterday was 1.56 for SSR trip, 1.53 today. Shares available to borrow showing up as 0. There were 200,000 shares earlier yesterday. At the end of the day, they did borrow all of those, returned all of them by 11:30 last night, and then borrowed all 200,000 shares of those again. So I'm going to go ahead and write us down 400,000 shares because I didn't count these yesterday because I wasn't here to see it happen. So I'm just going to tack it onto today's numbers. 200,000 shares so far. And then fees are back up. Last reported at 119.4%. Fees 119.4. Moving on up. Loving it. Calls, we have 121.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 21.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 102.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 40.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. That looks pretty well balanced for the low side that they like to put us on. So I mean, because if they raise price at all, you're going to see more in the money puts or in the money calls, and then less in the money puts. In which case, it would probably just balance out the other direction. So it's pretty close to being balanced, I think. Probably as best as it could be. And let's take a look and see what we got going on pre-market on some of these banks here. Let's see what's happening. What you doing, banks? Any big bank movers? I do not see any. No big pre-market bank moves. Ethereum Classic is down 0.11, but had a really nice rip yesterday. Let's pull it up here real quick and just see what it looks like. Look at that. And TTM Squeeze is actually predicting that it's going to, from the daily chart here, that it's going to continue on this trend upwards. The US dollar, and you can see also going back to that real quickly, you can see the Vortex indicators actually signaling for a conversion on buying versus selling pressure is just now starting to converge and signaling if this does cross over within the next day. Today, like if we still see a continuation on upwards momentum on value on Ethereum Classic, this will probably have more of a continuation upwards. US dollar is currently at 0.04 down for the morning. Pre-market on SPY is down 0.24, and here's my silly drawing that I have here that I drew out, and I have no idea. There it is, right there. The path. Falling price, falling volume is usually a bullish sign, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, we'll see. Weird end of the day yesterday. Let's just take a look at that real quick. End of the day yesterday. Started spiking up and then crashing massively right back down again. Which with very large quantities of volume at the end of the day, giving the total amount of volume for the day yesterday, I think on the SPY at like 70-something million. So it was surprisingly high just because of this last half hour or hour of trading. Actually, I guess it would have been 2 hours of trading that was happening. This candle ended up being quite a few, about 16 million in volume. So it would have been, the volume would have likely been much lower for the day had it not been for that. Could have been, let's see, how much was this? It would have been more in the 60 million share range for the day, because it was a low volume day yesterday on the SPY. Pre-market for Tesla is down 3.26, Amazon down 0.09, Cinemark down 0.06, Doge is up 0.69, Bitcoin is down 0.05 and at 29.9K a coin. Did have a pretty significant run as well that we should probably just kind of admire here for just a minute. It did break up above 28.7. The next level of resistance that I was mentioning to you guys is that I don't think it's going to break past 32.5 if it were to head up or continue to head up anymore. I wouldn't imagine. I think it'll find resistance anything higher than 32.5 in here. But it did. TTM squeeze here is really kind of indicating that there's still some upwards potential here, especially with the Vortex indicator kind of signaling the same thing. So it may not necessarily be over. This does kind of look like the beginnings of perhaps a bull or pennant, a bull flag, a pennant. So if that's the case, then it might cool off here for about 2 days, and then maybe continue running a little bit more up. GME is down 0.65 in the pre-market. HYMC is down 0.75. NCMI, I'm looking at the numbers wrong here. HYMC and NCMI did not trade in the pre-market. My bad. Those are the numbers from yesterday. Hood is down 0.51. Ape is up 11.18%, and AMC is down 6.4%. Inflow versus outflow, we got about 40,000 shares or 40,000, yeah, 40,000 shares more inflow volume than outflow. 88,000 shares traded so far, with our pokey stick of volume coming up in about 11 minutes from now. This should generate some more pokey stick volume for us today and give us a number that's going to finally get us out of that 5 to 25 million share traded day for us. So I'm really looking forward to that. I really want to see, but we need a lot more volume than this. It's still not up to standard numbers. Like my goal, in case you guys are wondering, my goal, or what I'd like to see every single morning, is at least 1 million shares traded with the pokey stick of volume in the morning. That's like the magic number. At a bare minimum, 500,000 shares. So those are the numbers I'm targeting. And so when we're hitting, 250, we're not doing the numbers that I think we need to be doing. Let's see here. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart, we've got currently, look at those hooks. We got a hook on buying pressure right now on the Vortex indicator. But currently there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 24.28. Let me fix my RSI real quick here, because for some reason Weeble keeps doing this to me. RSI is at 24.28, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 29.71, also signaling oversold and double dipping into oversold territory. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.46, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.03, which is below average. Now, I'll tell you this right now. When I go to look at Ichimoto, it's going to look horrible on I mean, when you have an announcement like what happened yesterday in the aftermarket hours and causes price to really start moving quickly, it's going to completely throw that all off. But, we'll still look at the data and see what it's kind of trying to represent to us. But on Ape, inflow versus outflow on share movement yesterday, there was about 330,000 more inflow than outflow. Actually, that's money, sorry, not shares. And then volume is at 459,000 shares so far this morning traded on Ape. That is massive for Ape, because usually it's like half the amount of volume that AMC has. So 459,000 shares having traded so far this morning is really, it's almost like the million that I would like to see, because when Pokestick hits here in 9 minutes, that number is going to, sometimes it doubles, not always. I don't know if it's going to double or not, but that's pretty massive. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.27, signaling that it's overbought. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.28, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.05, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.29, which is average. All right, so here we go. We're going to take a look at Ichimoto, but I can guarantee these Ichimotos are going to just look horrific. This is when you probably would not want to use an Ichimoto cloud, because it's not going to give you good data for when you see these like weird spikes based off of news. However, the 1-hour chart here on Ichimoto for Ape, yeah. Lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, and I mentioned to you guys that yesterday we were going to need to see a price over. We need to get the lagging line back up and above $180, and so here we are. We're above 180, and so this turns into a very strong buying signal. This did print a TD9 on the way up on the 1-hour chart here, but has not seen a pullback as of yet. There is only green cloud there's a little bit of red cloud in the futures, but mostly just green cloud, which means price should continue up and may try to find a way to work its way down through. We did cross this green cloud here to the bottom side briefly yesterday, which for me is technically enough to complete the need to move through this green cloud on this side. So we may see continued buying pressure here. Most of this looks really, really good for as an indicator. Where does price need to be for today to see continued buying momentum? We need to stay above the conversion line, which is going to be $180. So we really need to just stay above $1.80 to really have this continue to be a solid buy indicator. And then on a 4-hour chart, taking a look at that, we've got conversion above base, lagging line above price line. This is a very strong buy signal. Everything here is pretty strong. Yesterday, it wasn't. It was not strong at all on the 4-hour chart. In fact, it was momentum was shifting to the bottom side to cross through this green cloud here by today, and it didn't happen because of the news that came through last night. So this is really strong. The lagging line's well above the price line that's coming up in the next 2 days, trading days that is, and it's looking very strong. It's a very strong buy signal at this point. But it would have only been probably in the later portion of the aftermarket hours as when that started becoming a buy signal, or maybe even pre-market this morning. To continue to remain a buy signal, again, it's just going to be that 180 number. I don't have any other number here that I need to write down. Just needs to stay above 180. In the coming days, that number will be our new high at 204, but that's not going to be for a few days out before that's going to be the case. On AMC, lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base. In order for us to move up through a red cloud, we would have to see price. I keep getting text here. Hold on a second. Okay. My kids aren't even in school, and the school is sending me a text telling me that their internet's out. I don't care. Who cares? Let's see. Lagging lines below price line, conversions below base, prices below all of that. For this to turn into a buy signal for the day today, we would have to see price rising above. This would become a very strong buy signal, anything above the red cloud. So we're looking by the end of the day at about 470. So 471 or higher returns this to a very strong buy signal. And then on the 4-hour chart, this actually is not as bad as I thought it was going to look. Lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. Again, price has moved down through the thinning portion of a green cloud. Usually price likes to move back up through thinning portions of red clouds. So we're probably looking at like a day or two possibly of consolidation to maybe even some more downwards momentum before starting to head back up again. So probably not seeing. We probably won't see a AMC moving back up until and being the fact that we're at $4.19 and there's so many puts that are have been purchased at a $4 strike, I can almost guarantee you AMC's dipping below $4. You can bet your bottom dollar they're going to want to close out as many positions as they can at a $4 strike. So I would almost bet on that, and more than likely will. But to see a positive buying signal for the day-to-day, price would have to rise through the green cloud, which doesn't happen very often. And if it does move up through a green cloud, is extremely bullish. But by the end of the day, it would have to be about 491. So 471 and 491 are the two big push points. I don't think we're heading that direction today. But if they close out a lot of puts, that's bullish. And price moving down and volume moving down is not a bad thing either, although volume will probably be moving up today. I'd like to see upwards momentum with higher volume. That would be ideal. What am I looking at here? Oh yeah. 2 minutes I've got pokey stick. That's what I'm looking for. Here comes that volume, guys. It's going to be kind of fun to watch. It's going to be a really tough day to predict volume, I can already tell. Alright, I think we're good to go here. I think we're good. All right, I can see what it is you guys are saying. So Michael Conley, there's a problem with what you're saying. They can't cover unless they push the price down. They have to get the shares, but they also have to get the price underneath as well. So they can't close out those positions unless they move out price down. This is why they've been caught in a situation where they've got their hands in the proverbial cookie jar. They can't get their hand out of this cookie jar unless they either bankrupt this company or we sell our shares. That's it. Those are the only two ways that they can get out of this. So the idea that they can buy Ape to close out their positions is completely asinine. It's not even whoever's spreading that kind of misinformation is completely wrong. They can't just close out their short positions like that. It's not how it works. So get that out of your mind. That's not how it's not even possible for them to do what it is that you're talking about doing. They either bankrupt this company or we sell our shares. Those are the only two ways that they're going to be able to do that. And I don't think we're selling our shares. And I certainly know that this company is not a bankrupt company. So the idea that they can just buy Ape to close out their short positions, it's not true. What kind of cookie? It's always chocolate chip cookie. You know, Jay, I've had this argument with my family for a long, long time. What cookies does Santa Claus eat? And some people say sugar cookies. Some people say chocolate chip cookies. I say chocolate chip cookies. I don't know. I think it's chocolate chip cookies. And some people even say snickerdoodles, right? Yeah. I don't think so. I think Santa Claus eats chocolate chip. Pretty sure it's chocolate chip. See, the crazy part about that, Michael, the idea of what, and I can prove to you what it is that I'm saying is true. If it was as easy as just buying shares of Ape to close out their positions, then why didn't they close when they got Ape down to 66 cents a share? They could have very easily just bought a crap ton of Ape and just closed out positions. It's really super simple to do. But they didn't, because they can't. Tom says, I'm almost certain it's peanut butter cookie. Get out, you guys. Oatmeal raisin. What the hell? Santa cookies or chocolate chip? There's no way, you guys. You guys are crazy. You're nuts. All right, let's take a look at our Pokey Stick of Volume in here. Pokey Stick of Volume was 200,000 shares for AMC. That got us to 419, which is almost a half of what it is I like to see. That's a lot more volume than we've been seeing for a long time. It's going to make it really difficult for me to predict volume because we haven't seen this in a while. So let's see. 50, 40, we're gonna go 20. I think we're gonna go 2040 on volume for AMC for the day today. That's more than that. Hold on a second. 100. It's more than that. It's way more than that. It's 70 to 90 million. I forgot to double it. I think I should be predicting 70-90 million in volume for AMC, but I think I'm gonna probably make a command decision and just drop it just a tad bit and go 60-80. Just because I have a feeling they're going to be suppressing volume as much as possible today, and so even if I drop it to 60.80, we'll probably still see about 50 million shares traded. But I'm going to drop it to 60.80 on a volume prediction for AMC for the day today. Ape, oh boy, this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a really tough one to guess here. Ape, on the other hand, had 261,000 shares, giving them a total of 879,000 shares. I say they, us, giving Ape 880,000 shares. Oh man, it's so tough to predict on that. I'm thinking it's gonna be the same volume, 60 to 80 million. Only because Ape I usually cut the volume in half compared to what AMC does, because it's usually it sees half the amount of volume for the same numbers that get provided. So since it's double the amount of volume, I'm just going to cut it in half and call it the same volume. So 60 to 80 on Ape as well. Wouldn't they have to convert Ape before they can't close, Michael? They can't close out their positions. They either have to bankrupt the company, or they have to get us to sell our shares so the company goes bankrupt. One of the two. They can't convert Ape and close out positions. It's not how it works. Nana says Santa likes all cook. Nah, see, I would agree with that statement, Nana, but what does he prefer? That's really, I think, what we're talking about here. I mean, Santa will never turn down a cookie or a hot cocoa. It doesn't matter, right? I mean, he just doesn't. He's Santa Claus. But I think if given a choice, Santa Claus would be more likely to eat chocolate chip. Diamond Cal says if Santa. Oh, I forgot to put a picture. I forgot to put a picture of Bruno on Discord. You know, I'll try to remember to do that. I'll try to remember to post up a picture of Bruno. Oh, he hears his name being called. He's like, I hear my name. I've been hearing my name a lot lately, and it's not so nice. It's nicer right now. Get outside. Mushroom cookies? What? No. Santa's not a mushroom cookie kind of guy. There's no way. Aaron says he likes the diversity. I mean, I would agree with Aaron. You know, Santa Claus going house to house, eating the same chocolate chip cookie over and over and over. I'm sure he loves a little diversity. You know, mixing in a little snickerdoodle, some peanut butter, some oatmeal raisin, some peanut butter. You know, I'm sure he loves, you know, even chocolate. You know, he probably loves a little, you know, mixing it up just a little bit here and there. You know, nobody likes to eat Rice Krispies every single morning of their life. So I would imagine that's probably the case, but I still think he has a preference. Oreo, yeah, Oreos, yeah. Samoas. Wait, Andrew, Samoas, are you referencing the Girl Scout cookie? Because if you are, I just want to let you know that I found this out moving around this country, that not all Girl Scout cookies are called the same thing depending upon where it is that you live. And it really threw me off moving from, because my favorite Girl Scout cookies are well, I'm gonna say two different names, and some of you guys are gonna be like, oh yeah, I know what that is, and then some of you guys are gonna be like, I don't know what that is, and then I'll say the other name, and you'll be like, oh yeah, I know what that is. It's not called that. It's called this. Tagalongs or peanut butter patties. Believe it or not, depending on where you live, they're called two different things. I'm Corey says, I'm telling you, if you left Santa those gluten-free cookies, he would take every present back. That's right. Don't you dare leave him those gluten-free cookies. That's like Cookie Monster turning into Veggie Monster. Don't you dare do that. You can't take away his cookies. Those aren't cookies anymore when you start making them veggie or gluten-free. Funky Pizza says, I'm telling you, I'm the reason Santa forgets to leave you presents. I get him higher than his reindeer. Uh, Roseanne, it really what you're seeing have happen. Well, I think there's a couple different things that are happening right now, and it's hard to like. It's difficult to try and explain exactly what's happening here, but some of it, some of what's happening and why you're seeing the price moving the way that it is that they know that the conversion and reverse split's coming, and so they're balancing out that price difference between AMC and Ape, and so you're going to see them more align correctly. Now, the other part to this is that there's probably also institutions that are buying up Ape right now because it's so cheap, and it shouldn't be, and they know it, and they know that they stand to gain from buying shares of Ape. So, and we've said this in the past, right? Anytime we actually see real price improvement, it's not because we're buying, it's because institutions are buying. So somebody institutionally is going out there and buying Ape shares right now, and they're saying, yeah, this is probably a good thing to hold on to, since we know for sure what's going to probably be happening here in the near future. So but there's a lot of different reasons why you're seeing what's happening. That's just some of the major reasons. Casey, just keep Bruno away from Santa cookies. That's all you guys need for to ask Santa for lots of toilet paper. Uh, I I just I'm getting to the point, Diamond Gal, where I just want to rip out all the carpets and tell somebody to come back in here and replace everything with either tile or wood. I think I prefer tile just because I'm afraid what. Ooh, I never thought about that before. Wood laminate with dog. Ooh, that's not good. That sounds like a really bad. There's cracks in that wood. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with tile. We'll go with tile. Oh, Jay. Oh, no, no. I'm going to read what you wrote. Laugh out loud. Actually, the whole story of Santa Claus comes is understood to be relative to the Amanita mascara mushroom. It is red and white. It is a mushroom. Are you sure? Because the first rendition of Santa Claus in red and white was actually done by Coca-Cola, and they were advertising their. They paid an artist to draw Santa Claus in a suit that matched their company colors. Don't know if you know that or not. I don't think it has anything to do with a mushroom. Ooh, SE Formula says get wood that looks like tile. I've actually seen concrete. I was on Reddit a week or two ago, and I saw an outdoor concrete that was stained to look like wood. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my whole life. I had no idea that they had the ability to be able to make concrete look like wood. And I've actually known families who have actually done that before. They stripped down down to their foundation, and then had somebody come in and chemical treat the cement. Um, I'm sure they probably put a top coat on it first, uh, and then and then treated the cement. But they just did. I don't remember what they did. They did something not very unique. But I would love to do it so that it looks like wood. Beautiful. Diamond Gal says, "Trust me, Casey. Give him yogurt." Funky Pizza Records. That's what I'm thinking. I didn't want to say it out loud, but in the cracks, makes you want to rip it all back out again. KCI installed luxury vinyl plank, interlocking planks, real wood finish, very slight wood grain texture, 100% waterproof. And I've seen some of those more current ones, Yukon, and you just pop them in and out like a Lego piece. I mean, it doesn't look like a Lego piece, but they pop in and out like a Lego piece, and they look pretty decent. I might go for something like that. Nana says Casey Pumpkin makes dog. Oh, great. So is that why you guys were recommending it? Well, we fed it to him, and let me tell you, he's got the farts today for sure. All right, Richard, I'll Google it. I feel like this is another one of those like Mandela effect type things now, because I've known for many years before Google was probably even a thing that it all had to do with an artist. The first artist that drew Santa Claus with in red and white was um, I want to say contracted out, but that's not what it's called. He got a contract to draw it from Coca-Cola. So I feel like this is like a I feel like somebody's altering the story here a little bit to create this like new narrative that everybody believes in that's not really true. All right, Jay. I mean, I'm gonna look it up, but um, I don't know. I feel like Google might be leading people astray. 2001 Skinny says, hold on a second, I got a cough. 2001 Skinny says, after this is over, we're not going to need any kind of wood flooring or anything like that. We're just going to be in fully padded rooms. Commissioned. Thank you, Aaron. I couldn't think of the word. Wait, Glenn, that's not true at all. Ape went up 11.18%. AMC is down 7.06%. Your statement doesn't make sense. Tendies Plus Plus says the stoned ape hypothesis. Monkeys began to evolve because they ate mushrooms and expanded their minds and began to evolve into humans. Okay. I'm telling you guys, the before Google was even a thing, back in the 90s, we were talking about this when I was in high school, so that would have been like 94, and there was no known documentation of Santa Claus being in red and white until the commissioning of the artist who drew Santa Claus for the first time, by commissioned by Coca-Cola. So this whole red and white thing with mushrooms sounds to me like a Google. Uh, I'm pretty certain that there's these things are changing over time, and people are trying to cause people to think that stories are different than what they actually really were. I feel like information from prior Google days was way more accurate than it is now. And now people just go and look stuff up and then take the first thing that they get off the internet because it's like, oh, the internet must be correct. And it's like, I don't know. I want to check into that and see how long ago. See if you can find some actual physical hard documentation that actually says what it is that you're reading instead of just printed documentation from somebody that's just claiming it. Sounds good, Apex. Morning, I'm going to drop my number. I need to drop my numbers too because I'm actually going to be leaving to go to the doctor's with my wife real quick this morning, so I'm not going to be there for market open with you guys. I think I'll be able to play the market open for you guys. No, actually, I may not. No, I won't be able to. Bummer. I just thought about the timing on that. There's no way I'm going to be able to play the market open for you guys, so I'll just have to do it when I come back, I guess. Oh, really, Bruno? Don't bark. You're flexing your butthole. Stop. No, don't. Don't do it. Stop. No. Don't. Don't. You're making parts move that shouldn't move anymore. It's okay. Relax. I know. Every time he barks, it's like. I'm sorry, guys. I got to. This is really important. That doctor stuff that I was talking about yesterday carried on over to today. So I've got to go. I've got to take care. I'm not going to miss this. I got to go. I got to be there. So I wish I could be there for market open today, but there's just no way. So I'm gonna have to get my price prediction early. You like that SC formula? Oh man, my mom has to be so proud of me, and my kids and my wife. Yeah, what is your husband do for for a living? Oh, he doesn't. He stays home and gets on YouTube and streams on YouTube and then talks about flexing buttholes. It's life. Oh boy. Thank you, Nana. I appreciate you. I appreciate you understanding. I hope my wife's listening right now. Look at that. Oh, look at that. AMC down 6.66%, like right on the dot. They just hammered it right down to 6.66% down to throw that in our faces, huh? What's the combined price right now? Remember, look at the combined price. That's way more important to view, to watch than it is to watch the like one specific price of the stock or the other. Right now we're sitting at about $6.12 combined, which is about 11 cents lower than where we closed at yesterday. So we're not too much further down. Actus says proud moment. No, I'm talking about the combined price of AMC and Ape is at that price. AMC is down 7.28, but Ape is up 12.36. So you're not correct. Ape is up way more than AMC is down. You got to look at percentages, Glenn. Percentages are what really count the most. Yeah, it does. It does mean a lot. Look, because remember market cap. That's the thing that you need to remember here, Glenn. In market cap, Ape has twice the amount of shares that AMC has, and so when you look at market cap, a 11.76% increase on something that has twice as many shares is a huge, huge valuation higher than a stock with a third of, or not a third, but one third of the total amount of shares in existence, moving down 7%. So it is so far on, like the balancing here is way more in favor of market value for AMC as a whole. So you have to kind of keep that into perspective when you're thinking about it. So percentages make a big, big difference. Huge difference here. AMC would have to be down like 20% in order for it to be a balanced change. I'm estimating roughly around 20%. I'm not doing I don't think I can feed him yogurt, guys. I don't think I can do it. I tried. They're saying I should feed him yogurt. I don't think we should. Yeah, I don't. I need to. We need to stop changing things up on them and just let them kind of relax a little. Let me try to give you guys a price prediction here because I'm going to be leaving a little bit later. So let me look at these numbers real quick here and see how close. No, I'm going. Yeah, I'm leaving then. Yep, I'm going. Let me see here. Hold on one second. Let me check these numbers real quick and see what I'm thinking might happen here. Hmm. I'm almost certain that they're going to try and push AMC below $4 to close out put positions if possible. So my guess is we'll probably test off of 393 at some point or another, or thereabouts. At least at the very minimum 395. I don't know if we would break to the bottom side of this descending broadening wedge, which would be almost insane. That could happen though, very briefly. But I would imagine price is going to come back up after we do. If we do break past this, so what we got going on here on AMC is we have a descending broadening wedge that we haven't broken yet. And I have a feeling that if we do break down, the lowest we would probably go is a retest off of 393 at some point. But we would probably bounce off of that pretty hard, especially since that would trip SSR for the day to day. SSR, by the way, guys, it trips today at what is it? 408, which undoubtedly we're going to hit today. So we'll see a tripping of SSR. More than likely, we will see a bounce off of 393 or thereabouts, and then probably bounce pretty hard off of that. I would imagine that we'll see a $4 close by the end of the day today. I think that seems pretty likely. So $4 close on AMC. Let me write this down. I should probably say 401 because you know it never closes right at 4. Oops. And let's see here on Ape. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It's gotta cool off first before it continue. It could run pretty good. What kind of percentage down is that? Wow. I'm gonna say a 204, 205 close on Ape for a total 605 in total. So let me put myself down for 455 to 755. And I think Apex already came in with his numbers. Let me pull up his numbers again and look at them. Apex is going, he said $6 close today, calling it. He's going 205. He's going 450 to 750. Really close numbers to what I'm saying. Oh no, wait. Changed the wrong person's numbers. 450 to 750. Einstein's coming in already here. He's got, let's see, what does he have here? Same price for him as yesterday. Interesting. He's going 481 to 781, so he thinks it's going to just trade sideways. Okay. His number at 41 is going to be in. It depends on where Eric comes in at, but his number would be good enough to be able to win a price prediction point. If Eric comes in, within 10 cents of his numbers, then everybody will be canceled out again for a potential extra bonus point for the day. So, but as it stands, he would have that possibility. Jay says it's break time. Sure is. Probably gonna go a little bit late today though, Jay, just because I'm gonna be leaving, and when I do leave, I won't be coming back on until I come back from a doctor's appointment with the wife. So I won't be here, and I don't know how long the doctor's appointment's gonna go for today. There's just no way for me to know. I can give you guys while I'm out and about. I can give you guys like a heads up and let you know, but I really don't know how long. Casey, when you guys are out, you better pick up toilet paper because if you don't put back in good enzymes, the shit's just gonna keep going. We bought some stuff that's supposed to have enzymes, I think, already. I think. I'll have to go and look. I say we. Melissa picked it up yesterday. What would squeezes do? You know, at Point Break, Thor, my wife suggested that last night. She's like, let's put him in a diaper. Because he did it again last night. This time we were able, since I sleep like a rock when I go to sleep. Nothing hardly wakes me up. But last night, Melissa woke up to him trying to get out of the room, panicking like he normally has, but I was sleeping through it before. and was able to get him out before anything bad happened in the house. So well, let me see what we got, Diamond Gal. I'm pretty sure we bought something that's supposed to help him. I want to try as few things as possible right off the bat. So I don't want to change too much. I know one of the worst things you can do is like change a bunch of random foods on a dog's stomach. So I gotta let the stuff that I'm starting to feed him right now kind of take hold first, and then maybe I'll consider replacing microbes or whatever good gut bacteria. You know, normally all day 365 we don't normally. He's always been kind of a sensitive stomach. He's gotten a little bit. Believe it or not, he's actually kind of gotten better at eating over the years, and we've kind of given him some very few table scraps here and there, but for the most part, he's not. He's not a table scrap kind of dog. So I was just trying to be nice with the steak, and that was my bad. Yes, Aaron, absolutely. The big tramp carpet's gonna get changed out too. Casey, you think Ape will cool at open before ripping? Um, so I would suggest the normal thing is going to happen, right? The very first thing that they usually do is they try to control volume, right? And as it stands right now, volume is really super high in the pre-market for Ape and AMC. So the very first thing that they're going to do is try to control volume. So you know, watch for. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to do it, but they're going to try and attempt to trade. Usually, trading sideways is what you get. Uh, that's how you get volume to kind of reduce. It may have an initial market open rip, but I'd watch for you know, a hammer on that to you know, hammer stop it from running too far. I've got to close it at 205 for Ape, which is not really a whole lot higher than where it's at right now. So you know, and I'm only expecting to see 420 or 222 at a top before coming probably back down a little bit with reduced volume and maybe kind of barcoding out at around 205. So that's kind of what I'm expecting, but it is fully possible that we see a massive run on it though. Yukon says that steak gave him life. Yeah, I guess he runs around a lot more. He's like Twinkle Toes now. This dog. He's, I've never seen him move so fast. Yesterday, it was funny. We were reading. Melissa went online and she was like reading whether you can give Pepto-Bismol to dogs, and it was telling. I think it said. I think it was. I can't remember what the exact value was, but it was saying for like every 25 pounds, you give him this much Pepto-Bismol or something like that. And when we started doing the calculation for how much Bruno weighs, we're like, holy crap, we're gonna have to feed him like half a bottle of Pepto-Bismol. We don't worry, we didn't give him any Pepto-Bismol. It was more of a just checking to see if that was a thing or not. and so but it was really kind of crazy because for his weight, the advice on the internet was basically telling us to like give him like a half a bottle. I was like, no, not gonna do that. That's way too much. I didn't give him any castor oil. You know what I used to do, Nana? With babies' diapers especially, I would tie a bandana out of a t-shirt on my face and just I take this t-shirt and swing it. Something you learn in like construction if you want to stay cool. You dunk the t-shirt in water or something like that. I don't do that. I just fling the hold it by the arms, fling it over a couple times so you have like a nice layer of material, and then just wrap it around your face or around your nose area, tie it behind your head, and it absolutely works beautiful for keeping out nasty smells. And then just breathe out of your mouth. Ape is up point 0.2. Uh, so I'm not sure what you're looking at, NY, but the pre-market it's at $1.90 and it's up 11 it's up point 0.2, but it's up 11.74%. So yeah, it's up 20 cents from $1.70. And it's up on the screen there. I'm not sure if you could see where I was touching it here, but right underneath the $1.70 is down here is the pre-market. It says 1.91, up 0.21, up 12.35%. I believe you, Dan Miguel. I believe you. Hey, NC Proud Dad, thank you, man. Happy, I don't know if you're a dad or not, but happy Father's Day to you if you are. I mean, it says NC Proud Dad. How could you not be? That was a really dumb thing to say. Yeah, happy Father's Day to you as well. Mmm, Jathan, I love eating it. It's way better than smelling it. The combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.13. The next Fibonacci retracement level that we would be holding support at is at about 597. Oh, Roseanne, that sounds really cool. Grandson's coming on Wednesday, 6:20. That's awesome. Also, I'm hoping I can close out the day today, like normal, because I want to retoast to Jason's birthday yesterday, man. I felt so bad that I had to like leave in such a panic, and I didn't because I wanted to toast properly for his birthday, but I didn't have an opportunity to. So I didn't I didn't want to go to the doctor's office with 3 shots of alcohol in my breath. my son, my son's sick, doctor. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Why are you drinking at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Three. Actually, I guess it was 2. Why are you drinking at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Why do you smell like alcohol? Why did you just drive here with 3 shots of alcohol? What's worse is I gotta tell this story. What's Seth is feeling a little under the weather, but during the summertime, We usually let the kids stay up as late as they want to, and so sometimes they'll actually kind of go over to night shift because Melissa's on a night shift, and so they'll stay up really, really late playing games or something, 4 o'clock in the morning, whatever. It doesn't really matter to us. It's just, sleep whenever you want. It doesn't really matter. And so it was funny because yesterday he was sleeping right up until the doctor's appointment at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So he'd gotten up and then we went straight to the doctor's because he had just woken up for the day. And then the doctor was like, "Well, what did you eat today?" He's like, "Nothing." And then she goes, "Well, what did you drink?" And he's like, "Nothing." You should have seen the look I got from the doctor. She just like looked at me like, like, do you not care for this kid or what? I was like, I said, he just woke up. He was sleeping all morning. We literally came here from him waking up directly. I could see the look in her eyes though. She was even at one point she even said like, "So what's wrong, Seth? Has your dad been hitting you?" I was like, "Oh gosh, oh man." Two things I have gotten a total of three, maybe four postcards. Have you gotten that many? Uh, I got I got all the cards I should have gotten from one of my brokers, and the other broker I got none. And then in regards to computer share, I am not a computer share. I am not a fan of computer share at all. I can provide you a link. There's been extensive research that has been done on computer share and their links to Citadel, and I'm going to share with you a link real quick here to show you what it is that why it is computer share does what it is that they do. And when you see this, I think it's going to change your opinion about where you might want to hold your shares at. But check out that link and understand the past. Knowing your past tells you your future. So go look at that and see that link that I just sent you right there, and you see if that's who you want to put your shares with. But that's entirely your decision. Casey, if doctors tease you, they like you. You say that, Hazel, but I've worked a little bit of the background field of, I don't want to say nursing or anything like that, but safety management and safety. Uh, what's the word I want to use here? I've been a hazmat uh, first aid responder, and there are ways that you ask specific question in teasing kind of ways to get information that you need. And so when a doctor asks you teasingly about something like that, they're not really teasing. It comes across as a tease, but they're looking at the response of the patient. They want to see how the patient responds to a question like that. And it seems like fun, and they laugh when they say it, but they really are looking for something to be said, or a look, or something, anything. And you'd also be surprised some of the conversations that you have with your doctor, depending on your response. And this is really kind of crazy stuff. I don't know how many of you guys have ever asked for your medical files. Um, but what I would do is anytime you switch from one doctor to another, I would pull your records, ask them for a hard copy of your records, your medical records, and go in there and actually look what your doctor's written about you. You would be surprised some of the stuff that the doctors will say about you in their reports. They will talk about your demeanor, and what you may be showing signs of, you just would be really, really, really surprised by what they put in those reports. And most of the reason is I don't think they really tend to think that most people are going to look to see what's being said. Yeah, mental state, exactly. There's all kinds of stuff that they put in there that you would be shocked to know about. So while you may think it's teasing, sometimes it's not. Direct registry system or share. Direct registry, is it share or system? I always forget. DRS system. Direct registry system. And computer share is the registered agent for AMC to do DRS. But there's extensive information out there that you can look up about it from the community all over the place. Quite honestly, kind of surprising to know that there's people out there that don't know what it is. It's been pretty heavily talked about. All right, guys. I think I'm about ready to go. I've got about 30 minutes before we're supposed to take off out of here, so I probably need to go get freshened up for the day. Since I got to go see another doctor and have him, tease me. So, I'm going to provide you another link, NC Proud Dad. I'm not trying to influence you in any kind of way. This link is something that you can already. It's in the description of this channel. But let me pull it up here for you, and I think it's probably one of the most helpful things in regards to that question that you're asking about reliable brokers. Because I think that looking at the past is a good indication of trying to understand what the future will look like. So go check that out. And the one thing about that I like about the link that I just posted up there for you is that it's not just what brokers did, but it's proof as well. It's not just this is what they did back in 2021. It's also examples and proof of what it is that they actually did instead of just saying like, like, trust me, bro, this is what happened. So, and I love that. I love the fact that somebody took the time to sit down and actually fill out the information and provide links to statements that were made by companies and why they did what they did. So, in regards to, I'm not trying to influence you one way or other. I'm giving you information so you can see what the past looked like, so that you can, and I'm not even saying that the future on companies that were maybe good, trustworthy brokers from the past is going to be reliable in the future. It might actually be the opposite. You might find that some of the ones that were reliable in the past are actually unreliable in the future. So I can't promise you anything, but that's a good start. It's a good place to look to see. All right, Bruno's knocking at the door over there, so I'm gonna go let him in. Let me. I'm gonna put up some music for you guys, but the problem, I wonder if I can put this on repeat. Oh, I can. I'm gonna put the Funky Rails tracks maybe. Well, let me ask you guys: would you rather have Funky Rail tracks, or would you rather have that like soothing break time music that I go up on repeat while I'm gone? Just I'll leave it up to you guys. Whatever I see for the next like minute or two here on answers is what I'll put up. System of the Down on repeat. Yeah. The funky stuff. All right. Both. I can't do both. I got 2 votes for the funky rails. 3 votes really if you count Buzzin voting both directions. Excuse me. All right, we got a bunch of funkies. The buy and hold song. Oh my gosh, let's not do that. If we do that, people are gonna get sick of it. Not that they aren't already, but we don't want to do that. And Funky Pizza has just enough. It says repeat all tracks. Is this gonna do all of them? What's this gonna do? Let me see what this is gonna do. I'm sorry guys. I'm gonna fast forward the music here real quick just for a second. I want to see what this is gonna do. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen when it gets to the end, so I want to see. I don't know if it's gonna play everything on this list here, if it's just gonna play the just the funky rails tracks. Okay, cool. All right, it's playing the funky rails tracks over again, so that's cool. It'll just play on repeat. Yeah, well, you know, Diamond Gal, it happens. It can happen. Ask that same question about any other song that you've heard on the radio a billion times before and said probably the same thing about it. You know, and been like, oh my gosh, if I hear that song one more time, it happens. Let me put up a message real quick here so that people know why I'm gone. Then I'm going to move the charts around a little bit so that if there's a lot of fluctuation in price, we'll see it. You guys won't be lost on where we're at. What do I want to type in here? I don't know what to put. I'm going to put later. I don't know what time I'm going to be back by, so I'll just try to keep you guys updated. At Doctor Appointment, we'll be back later. I just don't know what time we'll be back, so. Thanks, Buzzin'. I appreciate that. Let me I'm turning up the music just a little bit on the Funky Pizza trails tracks. Man, that's hard to say. Gotta open this up just a tad bit more so you guys can see a little bit more price range in here, just because I have a feeling we might see it kind of move a little bit. And I'm expecting to see something in this range in here. Actually, I can put it on auto. Why don't you just do that, Casey? Put it on auto, and then you don't have to worry about it. Wow, amazing. It should follow the price based off of where price is moving to. If I leave it on auto, I guess we'll see. But that should work. Yogurt plain. Got it. Got it. Get it. Good. And I guess I'll see you guys back as soon as I can get back. See you in a bit. I'm back. What do you guys say? Shall we do some numbers? Somebody was asking, I think they were just kidding, whether or not we hit SSR for the day-to-day, which was 408, and the answer is no. Not quite, but it was really, really close at 410. A little back earlier than I thought. Took us, let's see, how long was I gone for? 9, 10, 11? Yeah, about 2 hours. I know it was a little bit longer because I left about 7:50, but price predictions for the day-to-day. I think I got everybody in. Hold on a second. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on with these numbers here. Let us see what's happening. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up there. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, and make sure you put in a secondary device that can receive the access code in case something happens to your primary. Oh shoot, it says we've encountered a problem. Cancel. Go to homepage. Go to homepage. Go back. Redo. Also, if you guys don't have a picture of your portfolio or video or some kind of statement showing your ownership of what you hold or you own through your broker, then you're setting yourself up for a really bad time. Make sure you guys get that and do not delay. Now would be a great time, and not waiting any longer to do so. Trust me, I've already had people who've panicked and realized that they should have done that a long time ago. So make sure you have that. That's really good information to have. One more second here, guys. I just gotta move a couple screens around and we'll be good to go. All right. Starting with off exchange. Actually, you know what? We'll do all the numbers. No, we're not. We're just gonna do the normal numbers that I do for right now. There's no real point in going over everything that I went over earlier this morning. So starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we got 41.91% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.62. The combined total, and that's 51.53%, or about 10.47% less than it should be. Guess what? CHX at 3.51 with a 30-day average of 3.56 at 619,000 shares going through that exchange. It's a lot. Also, NASDAQ GSM is also very, very high as well at 9.84 or 1.7 million shares going through that exchange. Another big one that's seeing higher volume than normal, a couple of them. We've got NYSE ARCA, CBOE BZX, MIAX Pearl. They all have elevated amounts of volume going through those exchanges than they normally see. Taking a look at Ape for the day-to-day. Let's see what we got going on there. 47.89% going through off exchanges. EDGX is sitting at 7.53. The combined total, and that's 55.42%, or about 6.58% less than what I would expect it to be. Guess what's seeing the extra volume? NYSE ARCA. 11.12 with a 30-day average of 4.63. Some additional volume going through there. Also, NASDAQ GSM has elevated volume as well. NYSE is way, way low. CHX volume, though, is 0.1 with a 30-day average of 0.05 and is only 20,000 shares. Usually, anything above 30,000 shares is a lot. So that is kind of a elevated number right there. On GME, as of right now, CHX yesterday was elevated, but today is not. It's at 0.14 with a 30-day average of 0.33. So nothing unusual happening on CHX exchange for GME. Taking a look at Ortex. As of right now, Ortex is showing 1.3 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. There is a very, very strong chance today or tomorrow we will exceed the highest amount of shares on loan ever for AMC. But as of right now, there's been 1.3 million shares having been borrowed. The total amount of short share interest of the free float is sitting at 23.98 as a result. Cost to borrow ends at 8.26, which means they're returning shares back within the same day. Cost to borrow average is 341.4, which is definitely elevated, and max is at 370.52. Shares on loan increased day over day by 1.26 million shares. 467,000 of that was estimated to be new short interest, putting us at 198.64 million shares on loan currently. Taking a look at Ape. 87,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day on Ape. That's leaving the estimated short share interest of the free float rate at 4.85%. Cost to borrow, average, max, and min are all the same amount for the 100,000 shares that have been borrowed so far for the day-to-day at 6.9. That's the same thing it was the last few days. Shares on loan is currently at 13.99 million shares. That's 200,000 shares less on loan than yesterday. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume in options for the day-to-day on AMC is sitting at a $4.50 strike. At $4.50, which is down 50 cents from yesterday, there's currently 9.5 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. There's 27.4 thousand contracts. Market is definitely suggesting that there's going to be a closing price between 4 and 4.5 by the end of the day today. And I had mentioned to you guys earlier that I thought we might see it drop down to about, I think it was like 390 something, and then coming back up and maybe closing right around $4 by the end of the day today. Tripping SSR at 408. So we'll see if that ends up happening. But combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.99. We are getting a little bit of a double bottom off of this level of support, this Fibonacci retracement level of support here at, what value is it, 597. But currently we're just slightly higher than that. We did break out of this this wedge trend that we were in here. Looks like about market open, definitely breaking through at market open downwards. I don't know if just kind of looking at this trend here. I'm looking to see, so we've got elevated volume and falling price, which is never really a good thing. That's kind of a bearish indicator. You don't want to see falling price and rising volume at the same time. I do know part of the reason why the volume is rising right now, though, the combined volume, is because of the fact that you got a lot of institutions that are reshuffling their positions around right now. So I don't know that I would necessarily take today's one day look at this increasing volume and falling price is necessarily a bad thing when I know that there's a lot of positional changes occurring right now. So we'll keep an eye on that for tomorrow. But I'm not sure where I'm looking to see if there's something I want to draw on this. Let me take this back out to like a 20-minute interval. It's definitely a double bottom on this for sure now. Before I thought it was going to be a slanted upwards kind of like double bottom on this, but it's definitely double bottoming on $6. Will it drop lower? That is the question. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. Let me refresh this real quick. With the elevated volume today, I don't necessarily believe that this is coming from retail, and this will be a good indicator as to whether or not it's coming from retail or not by looking at orders by Fidelity customers. So if we scroll down this list and AMC and Ape is not on this list here, then it's going to give you a pretty good idea who's making a lot of this movement. And as you can see, AMC made the list, but Ape, on the other hand, did not, which means it kind of tells me that there's as far as retail goes, there's more AMC buying going on right now, but this positional move on Ape is being caused more by institutions than it is by retail investors. So, because Ape is not on this list, and neither is GME. likely due to low volume. But AMC is on the list here, and you can see we have this, a really terrible buy to sell ratio, 81.44% buying to 18.56% selling. So anybody who's trying to tell you that retail's selling AMC, go tell them to smoke a crack pipe, because that's not what the evidence suggests. Retail is definitely buying AMC pretty heavily right now. SSR trips at $4.08 for the day today. It does not show that it's tripped yet on Stonko Tracker, but we'll have to go take a look at the price and see. Shares available to borrow is showing as 0. It was 0 earlier this morning when they had borrowed 200,000 shares. It looks like they returned about 10,000, borrowed that 10,000, returned 2,000, borrowed that 2,000, and look at the fees up here at 195.1. I gotta write that down. Hold on a second here. 195.1%. Dang, that's high. SSR trips at 153 for Ape for the day today. NASDAQ is up 0.51, Dow Jones is down 0.12, and the S&P 500 is up 0.09. Now, it's really interesting. The S&P 500 is up 0.09, but look at the market overall, the decliners to the advancers. We have 3,922 decliners to 2,317 advancers. This does not look like an advancing market here. It's definitely in decline, and almost to the point to where it's hot lava fire. So it's definitely specific sectors. More than likely, if I had to guess, it's going to be more tech stuff that's going up here. That's causing that to show up positive. Let's see how the banks are doing. Big movers for banks. FRCB is down 4.52. Silvergate's down 6.25. PacWest down 3.34. First Horizon down 2.76. Zion down 3.4. US Bancorp is down 2.81. Let's see who else. Anybody else on this list here? I heard Jerome Powell was talking to on a lot of Associated Press today. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 0.3. DXY is up 0.33. Oil is down 3.69. Mortgage-backed securities are, and by the way, we were just driving by some of the gas stations on the way home and noticing prices on gas starting to shoot back up again. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.49 and 0.4, anywhere between 0.47 and 0.49. SPY is up 0.09. Let's check out SPY and see if it's trending. Yeah, a slight trend upwards since market open. VIX is up 1.82, which doesn't bode well for the futures. VBR is down 0.88. VB is down 0.63. Tesla is up 1.05. Amazon is up 3.17. Cinemark is down 0.7. Doge is up 0.81. Bitcoin is down 0.06 at 29.9K a coin. GME is down 1.06. HYMC is up 0.19. NCMI is down 7.8. Hood is down 5.94. Ape is up 10.29, and AMC is down 9.27. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we've got approximately $2.67 million more inflow than outflow, with 19.45 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. I gave you guys an estimation of 60 to 80 million shares traded by the end of the day, and I can already tell right now. I could actually tell when I was in the doctor's office that we were going to definitely see a low volume day, and you can tell they're pushing it sideways to drop that volume. And really keep that keep the price under control, even though there was elevated amounts of volume in the pre-market that suggested there was going to be large quantities of volume for the day-to-day. So we'll probably come in underneath my estimate of 60 to 80 million. But as of right now, let's see what kind of pace we're on here. 19.47. Let's see, we're 176 minutes into trading. We are on pace for 43.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We were on pace. I think the last time I checked this, we were on pace for still hitting my numbers by 10 a.m. So in the last hour and a half, that volume has just absolutely sucked up and dried up and gone to nowhere within the last hour and a half. Taking a look at time intervals. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got currently... Yeah, that's a tough one. And that looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure on a 4-hour time interval with an RSI of 22.52, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.69, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.81, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.69, which is below average. On Ape, 21.61 million shares traded so far for the day today. Actually, let's look at the flows. We've got 1.7 million left, or more outflow than inflow. I think that's right. Yeah, sounds really close to it. It's a little bit less than 1.7, but it's about that. 21.65 million shares traded so far after 178 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 47.43 million shares traded by the end of the day today. So AMC and Ape, earlier this morning when I gave the predictions, I said 60 to 80 million shares traded on both of those two, and they've just absolutely knocked the snot out of any kind of volume that would have occurred today. And you can tell, which I really felt like we were going to be seeing that happen anyways. But the interesting thing is that I had mentioned to you guys this morning that Ape and AMC were looking like they were going to have very similar quantities of volume for the day today, and we are at least doing that. They're very, very close to being similar in volume quantities. Let's see, let me just see something real quick here. 21, yeah, really close. Taking a look at a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.39, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.22, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, a little bit of whipsaw going on here since market open, but currently more selling pressure than buying pressure, and it just diverged currently. And RSI is at 53.45, which is just slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.35, which is slightly below average. And looks like there's some news here. Let's see if it's actually worth reading. Yeah, Special Master recommends Ape conversion. So I had some stuff sent to me, and it actually the exact quote that I saw, and I haven't gone through the any of the documentation. There's been tons of it, but I did see a snippet, and the one thing that I guess I'll just kind of speak to this real quickly. I'll read this here. This is a direct quote. First, I do not include a recommendation as to whether the court, in the exercise of its own business judgment, should approve the settlement. So, in other words, what it sounds to me like the lawyer's saying is I'm not going to tell you whether this is something whether it's whether I recommend it or I don't recommend it. However, they also go on to state. She states that what's the last part here? I recommend that the court deny the objections to the settlement as set. So essentially, what she's to me, and this is how I would interpret that. If you're going to say I'm in favor of a settlement, and I think any objections to a settlement are not valid, then you're in support of it. But at the same time, she's not telling the judge this is how you should rule. She's just saying I don't think there's any objections to this that have any merit. So, but she's not gonna recommend one way or the other. And I think that's how probably anybody would. She's not going to overstep the judge and say like, this is what you should do. No, she's going to say like, you should do what you think is right, but I don't think there's any objections here that I see for a settlement that are valid. That's essentially what she's saying. So, but I don't really like the way that they're wording it right now, because she doesn't explicitly say that she's for settlement. So, Anyways, taking it back to the main screen here. Let's get this all set back up here and everything. Put it on a 1 minute interval. Oops, it's on Ape. Is it on Ape? There we go. AMC. And now I can see what it is you guys are writing. Where are our class clowns today? You know, I feel like Flat Earth hasn't been around for a long time, Nana. And I say that, but I have a feeling Actually, I say I have a feeling. I should just go back to the back of the Big Tramp and just open it up because it is Thursday after all. I'm heading back to the back of the Big Tramp. If anybody wants to join me back there, you're more than welcome. Let me, I'm actually going to pause the music here. Oh, actually, it's got about 30-something seconds left here, so I'll pause it once it's done. Yeah, join me back in the back of the Big Tramp in about 30 seconds, and anybody who wants to talk, we can talk. Billy says, does she say anything about lifting the status quo order? Actually, Billy, I've only seen 2 screenshots so far. Last night I wasn't focused on this at all, and as you know, I've really not been paying a whole lot of attention to this case. I don't think this case makes or breaks us one way or the other. And so I'm not really focusing on it. I don't think that it has any bearing on whether or not this company can be successful, and is more or less a formality to a delay of when we can be successful. So I'm really just more focused on when is this portion of not being able to raise capital going to get over, more than I care about any of the other junk that's inside of the lawsuit itself. So in regards to whether or not she says about lifting a status quo order, I have no idea. And I've heard that's like a 200 and some odd page report. I actually have it pulled up on my phone. I found a link to it last night and then saved it on my phone so I could kind of take a brief look through it when I had an opportunity, but I haven't had one yet. Sam says I held Pokemon cards for 25 years. This is nothing. That is such an excellent way to think about it. I mean, really, in all honesty, there's some people have made a fortune off of holding on to heirlooms or who knows what it might be. But it's you're not wrong. That's really what it is. It's time is supposed to be on your side. You're supposed to be able to just hold it and allow it to increase in value. Air farts? What does that mean, Yucca? Yucca, I'm in the back of the Big Tramp. If you want to come back there and tell me what you mean by air farts, I have. Oh wait, Pirate's back here, and so is Rex. I can't hear them. Hold on a second. Oh, you guys are talking. I couldn't hear you.
It's all good.
How's it going?
It's going great, man.
Awesome.
How's lunch?
Well, we called it lunch, but it was actually breakfast, and it was really good. We have this place here that's called Cafe Java, and it reminds me of like the way you used to, do you remember way back in the day when like Denny's actually used to have like a decent meal?
Yeah,
Yeah, like
not anymore.
a good sized plate where you felt like you were like decently fed at the end. Good hash browns, good whatever it is else you bought. this place is like that.
Generous,
Yeah,
generous portions.
exactly. This Cafe Java place reminds me of what it used to be like to get a good plate of food that really just hit the spot.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Yeah, so whenever we have a chance to go there on a early morning date day, and since we just got done with the doctor's office, and so by the way, I'm just going to throw this out there. Hopefully, my wife doesn't mind. I can't imagine why she wouldn't mind, but everything's so far everything's checking out good. Everything's looking fine. Everything's great. So there's no bad news. So we, of course, I said, hey, we gotta go toast to that someplace. Let's go to Cafe Java and pick up a nice cup of peppermint mocha and a nice breakfast, and so we did. So
Right on, man.
yeah, it was good. It was good breakfast.
Where's Yucca? We need him in here.
Yeah, he said air farts.
I need to know what an air fart is. I'm interested.
I feel like it's like air quotes, but it's like instead of air quotes, it's like air farts. I don't know. Can you like do like?
You know those old janitor vacuums?
Oh yeah. I remember those.
I farted in one of those once. It made the whole room stink. So hopefully it's something like that.
I'm not. There's
wish
so
I was
many questions
joking.
I have to follow up with that. There's so many questions I could follow that up with.
Go for it, man.
No,
I'm
I,
an open
I
book.
think I want to avoid it really. I think I'm going to try to avoid it. It sounds like an intimate moment. Oh,
It was during community service, so
this sounds even
it was
worse.
well worth it.
I know what happens in jail, or at least I've heard.
It was for school, for high school.
Oh,
I
okay.
guess I should have clarified that.
Yeah, not that kind of community service. Okay, I got you. All right.
Not state mandated.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's funny.
A state mandated community service followed by vacuum and farting. Yeah, that really just kind of takes me down like this imaginary story that makes me feel like I probably just none of us should hear this.
It was for a good cause. It was for a good cause. Like I can proudly say that.
That's good. That's good.
Hey, Pirate, man, how you been? You're awfully quiet today.
Well, thank you for asking. I have difficulty following, like farting into a vacuum. I struggle to tie that all together.
You and me
Well,
both.
we had a debate on whether or not it would. There was a debate on whether or not you could smell it because a vacuum would, essentially keep the smell contained if it keeps the dust contained, and I proved that wrong.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah. I got to use the marquee for the school in front of the school to ask my wife to prom, and so I had to do a bunch of community service in order to get the janitor to agree to it. And so I was going around helping them, recycle and vacuum the rooms, and I just thought, hey, why not give it a shot? Nobody's gonna know, but everybody knew.
I like part of me wants to call you out and be like, dude, there's no way that you did the community service first. Like, I feel like you did it first, and then you had to do community service for using the intercoms.
You know what's funny? It was just a marquee. I didn't get to do it on the intercom. I wanted to do the intercom, but the principal said no. So the janitor was like, if you use the marquee, all you have to do is put the letters back up for whatever was for lunch that day, and that's like a clean wash. And I was like, yeah, I could definitely do that. Then
Okay. All right.
for the community service though, that part was for it's like senior year they let us do the Coachella Fest tickets And so in order for us to do that, you had to have perfect attendance, a decent GPA, and then certain logs, certain amount of community service. Well, everybody was doing community service, with like the librarian and with the local community, but nobody was helping the janitor. So that's why I jumped in on that and logged all 40 hours in like less than 2 weeks. It was awesome.
Yeah. Let's see here. Well, so you said your wife, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, she was my girlfriend at the time.
apparently that turned out well for you.
Freaking nailed it, bro. Nobody in the history of that school had used the marquee, so I set records. My wife still thinks about it to this day. She brings it up every once in a while. She's like, "You remember when you did that?" And I'm like, kind of embarrassed now because, like, looking back, it was kind of corny. But yeah,
So let me ask you this question. How do you top that for proposing? Or how did you? I
that's a
should say,
great
how did
question
you?
because when I didn't top it. I couldn't top it, and that's why it was like when I ended up proposing, it wasn't even that big. It was just kind of like a small little, like it was at my grandma's house, and she said yes, and then 2 weeks later, I had already had the apartment set up and everything, and so 2 weeks later we had set up plans to get the going down to the courthouse and doing it, there first, and then have the ceremony at the church. But yeah, maybe one day I can get her on here to tell her side of it.
That would be awesome.
Yeah,
I would like to hear
we
that.
just had her birthday on the 11th, and I think you were gone that day. Yeah, you were gone on the 11th.
Yeah, if you want, I can do a belated happy birthday.
Oh, there's no. I was gonna introduce you to her when we were gonna do the toast, but I think let me see what she's doing right now. She's
Yeah,
busy.
I was out on the beach enjoying my vacation.
Yeah, man. I'm glad you got a little break.
Actually, I think we left for the beach on the 12th. I might have still been at home on the 11th, but Bradley was supposed to still be here, but he actually shipped out on the 11th, early morning. But we had stuff to get done and get ready for the trip, so. Yeah, I'm reading a lot of the things that Woodstock's saying here. Woodstock, I'm seeing everything that you're writing in here, and now everybody's journey is different, right? Like nobody's got we've all traveled the same road, but what's happened for us individually has been a different journey. So we all have our own stories. Some of us struggled more than others. Some of us struggled less than others. And it's kind of like life, right? Like we're all living life, living the same journey, but we're all experiencing different things on our own journey, on our journey of just living. And it's much the same in investments, right? Like every single one of us has. It's really kind of funny because I feel like everybody has the same journey and experiences it at different rates. So maybe where I'm on the back half of my journey, you're on the front half, or maybe I'm on the front half and you're on the back. Who knows, right? But we're all learning something as we go, and so if you're learning something from this journey, I think that's the important thing to take away from this is that everything that you do in life, you're learning. Don't it's always a learning process for you. So if you struggled harder through your journey, then you're learning more, or at least you should be. And if you're not learning more, then there's something wrong. So either there's something wrong, or life is just perfect for you. So everything should have a little bit of a struggle. That's the perfect life story, right? Like nothing ever comes easy. At least it shouldn't. And yeah. So, anyways, I hear you, man. I hear you, and like when I hear you like write stuff, like like some days I ate ramen instead of selling shares, and I hear that. I get it. I understand. Um, I can't say the same thing as you. I did eat ramen, but it wasn't because I had to. And I respect the fact that your journey sounds like it's been tougher than mine is, but your journey is your journey, and it's for you alone, and it's for you to experience, and it's for you to learn from, and can't be anybody else's. Likewise, my journey is my journey, and it's nobody else's. Nobody else gets to know what my journey was like except for me, and I get to learn from it the way that I learned from it. So, um, but we get to all, like you said, we get to document history here together, and that's the important part, right? Like knowing that we're all going through the suffering and the pain of seeing, like, the constant news articles or the shills or all this, that, and the other. Oh, wait. This sounds like I'm going on a monologue, but sounds like we have a new Rex. Is that your wife?
Oh, no, she's at home. That wasn't my fault.
Oh, okay. Everyone wants to go to heaven, but no one wants to die. That is, believe it or not, Dr. Zeno, that's so prophetic. I've never really thought about that, but yeah, it's kind of crazy. Crazy how that works, right? That's good, Woodstock. I'm glad to hear it. Laughter, man. Laughter is your greatest asset through your journey, no matter what. Doesn't matter whose journey it is, as long as you can laugh, as long as you're going down that road, that's the important part. Ariel says suffering is good for the soul. But it sucks though. 408 AMC hit 408, guys. It looks like they tripped SSR on AMC. Of course, we know what that all means. That usually means that we're going to start seeing a little bit higher short exempt volume. Typically, it can mean a reversal in price movement. Not always, but it can mean that. Let me go ahead and plug in some numbers real quick here because I haven't been following them quite as closely as I should be. Give me just 1 second while I pull up my other screen here. That's not what I wanted. This one. AMC actual 438 was our last low that we had, but we're obviously lower than that now, so I need to plug that in. 438 and now 407 is going to be the new low. That takes us down to 34.4%. Guess what? The magic number that usually is a swing or turn point is 35%. So we're really, really close to one of the turning points. Doesn't necessarily have to turn at 35. It could be 40. But those are typical swing or turn points. So we might see a little bit more negative. I think earlier this morning I'd said like 390. Let me see what that pulls up. That's 37.1%. That sounds like it could be about right. So 4.07 is 34.4% down from the 620 that we saw back on, what day was this? It's been a while. Back on May 5th. Let me put in my numbers for Ape as well real quick here while I'm at it. I might as well. Excuse me while I move this over here because I got to pull the chart out a little bit so I can see. So we hit a top of 204. So this 168 doesn't count yet. I don't think, yeah, it's not going to count. So our new top on this now is 2.04. That's 50.55% up from the last low of $1.36. We're still finding new and newer highs as we go up, but a drop in price or coming back down. I'm going to plug in the 186.5. The dropping from 204 to 186 is a 8.82% drop in price. Typically speaking, a synthetic price failure would start at about one. Do I have this set up correctly? Hold on one second. Let me just check something out real quick. 149. So 150, right about 150 would be a synthetic price failure. D Money, how's it going?
Going good, Casey.
That's good,
How
man.
about yourself?
Hanging in there. Bruno's making it interesting.
Yeah, I've heard.
I talked about it enough, huh?
Yeah, I have a pit lab, and when he when he gets buttery food, yeah, he's not too good either.
Yeah.
I sent you a couple photos, Casey, on Discord of a couple things that I sell at my store that would really help. I think one of them you said you were already doing the pumpkin.
Yep. That might actually be the
Good
exact
call on
brand
that,
one
man.
too.
That really helps.
This one that you've got here, this expert nutrition, the digestive support one, I think that might almost be the exact one that we picked up. It looks familiar.
Good call, dude. That stuff does wonders.
But he was how do I say this politely? He was farting pumpkin last night. It changed the dynamics of what we're experiencing, and I want to say that it was for the better, but I don't necessarily feel like it was. So, um, but it definitely changed the dynamics.
There's two things that could have happened. You could either get pumpkin farts or something that's liquid. I think you got the better of two evils there.
Yeah, definitely. Having my wife home, to be able to wake up when he was actually, like experiencing problems last night was, a godsend for me because I don't wake up when he does. And he does a great job of trying to tell us too. Like he'll literally like nudge us with his nose, and then he'll go over to the door and nudge the door with his nose and like shake the door handle so that you can hear something. And he does an excellent job at trying to tell us. But I am a heavy sleeper when it comes to sleeping, and so I'm so glad my wife was here last night. I just heard my wife say that. She was telling Bruno I was talking about his pumpkin farts. Oh, that's probably because I've said his name. ABC says, hello, Casey. Once they approve, and hello, ABC. Once they approve the split, they issue one common share for every 7.5 shares held. When they distribute these common shares, won't it expose synthetic shorts? I don't think so. I'm gonna lean towards a no. Chris, I don't see why it would be thrown out. I'm not seeing anything as of right now that would lead me to believe that it would be thrown out. But what does it all mean if the court case is thrown out? It would just mean that there was no. I would assume that it would mean that there was no merit to the judge feeling like there was a settlement that was owed to shareholders, and that would be the end of it. Christopher, everything that I tell you, man, is all speculation, and I can't promise you anything. Um, Earlier this morning, I gave my price predictions for the day today, and where I kind of felt like where we might be seeing price moving to, and I believe I said something around like 390, if I remember correctly. Let me put this back on an hour. But on AMC, I was looking at perhaps maybe like a 390, uh, 390 bottom. Maybe it's I think I said 395. 395 bottom, and then possibly slightly lower than that, and then returning back up to about $4 for a close around four. But as it stands right now, I mean, it pretty much looks to me like they're struggling just to keep this at around 408, let alone trying to get this down to a $4 range. So, and without there being too much volume, as we're sitting at 22.95 million shares traded right now, and that's more volume than we've seen going through AMC in quite a while, especially with our average 3-month volume is 22.19. We're already exceeding our 3-month average volume right now today alone. So that should be a pretty good indication to you that we're seeing exceptionally large quantities of volume today, in contrast to usual when we're just slightly through halfway of the day of trading. And then in regards to Ape, I think I had Ape for a 205 close on that one, but it's actually kind of come down a little bit more since just before market open. I still think there's a chance at seeing a 205 though close or thereabouts. It might be too even. I wouldn't put it past a power hour run. Are you?
Name of that.
What was that? What did you say?
Hey, Casey, what's up?
What's going on, man? How you
What's up?
doing?
How are you? Good.
I'm doing all right.
That's good.
I'm hanging in there, you know. Not getting as much sleep as I should, but I mean, I just had a big long vacation, so it's not like I can. It's funny how when you go on vacation, you reset everything, kind of like you have like a ability to kind of acclimate, I guess, back to what your life should be like. And because you can just live the way that you want to live, and instead of having to be forced to do something um, a certain way. And so I feel like I caught up on sleep while I was on vacation, and now I'm deficit sleep right off the bat. So good way to start off.
That's interesting.
Yeah, very, very interesting, right? It's riveting.
Yeah, cut off. What is it?
Do what now?
Uh-oh. Oh, you got cut off.
What got cut off?
You having issues with the internet? Your
Oh,
voice.
yeah, it's possible.
Oh, you're all right. You got a storm coming or what?
We do. It's rolling through right now. How'd you know?
Really?
Are you watching a camera?
Yeah. I'm your neighbor.
My oh yeah. Never mind. I was gonna say something.
Yeah, I'm your neighbor, the one you called the plumbers at 4 a.m.
Oh my gosh. No, it was actually in the middle of the day, but yeah.
It was in the middle of the day, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I have one of my customers. He was complaining about robocalls. He was getting all these robocalls like crazy. So finally, he was fed up. He says, "All right, yeah, I'm interested." It was for like I think it's solar. They're trying to sell solar panels. He's like, "Okay, I'm fine. Come, you can come to my house. Here's my address and everything." So he gave them an address of a vacant property, a vacant house. Uh-oh.
I, sorry, sorry, man. While you were talking,
It's all right.
my wife tried to come up
I
and
know.
she was telling me something here real quick, but it sounds like we're gonna have to run out. I'm sorry. I'm not telling you guys everything, but there's a lot of doctor stuff that's going on right now. So, uh,
Okay, you gotta go.
no, no, no. Well, I do, but not right this second. I got to go again. We got to go back out to the doctors again. So,
Okay.
there's more tests that are being ran, and apparently we finally got some results that are showing up something. So we're gonna have to go back out and do some more stuff
Oh,
here. So
okay.
life
That's
life
so
never.
worried. Now I'm worried.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Trust me, me too. Um,
Damn it.
yeah, so I need to I need to go here. She just stepped out right now to go pick up somebody real quick, but uh, her next appointment now is going to be in like an hour and a half from now. So it's pretty serious, I think, if they're put scheduling her in like same day, like
Yeah.
right after calling. It's kind of weird. Now I've got like all this stuff
Yeah.
like rushing
I
through my
know.
head. Like I gotta go. Like this is where I want to play like doctor and start looking everything up on the internet. Like, it's so hard. It's so hard to deal with like life issues like this and like not want to like play doctor. But I always tell people don't do that. It's the worst thing you could possibly do is to try to play doctor because when you do, you start getting yourself into a tizzy and start worrying about things that you
Well,
shouldn't need to worry about. That's the last thing you want to do is start worrying yourself when stuff is happening. So yeah,
I used to play doctor on my younger ages with my wife. That was fun.
you could always go back to doing that. There's nothing.
But nothing's wrong with it. It's okay. Let me look.
Yeah, everybody who's saying that don't do that, I don't. I really don't. I mean, I look stuff up, but I try to not say anything because there's nothing worse than like getting yourself all upset over anything at all until you've actually had a proper diagnosis by a medical practitioner. So
Professional, yeah.
yeah, you just shouldn't do that. It's really bad, especially on like your on your psyche. Like if there's one thing that I've felt that I've seen over the years, especially for things like cancer, because I've dealt with skin cancer my entire life, is people who have cancer. The worst thing that you can do is start worrying. When you start worrying, you're losing the battle right off the bat. You got to really have like you got to maintain like a positive attitude, and you have to keep up those like endorphins, those good endorphins that really kind of help your body heal itself.
Yeah.
And when you start getting down, that's when your body starts losing those fights. You have to have and maintain those like positive thought processes. And I know it sounds really stupid and hokey, but I've seen so many times before that the people who are successful in beating cancer are the people who are positive, not the people who sit there and worry. The people who sit there and worry, they're the ones that are dead in 2 or 3 months. And it's because they start living their life in a way where it's not healthy. They're not combating what it is that they have. You have to combat it by dealing with it in healthy ways, not unhealthy.
You're
So,
right.
so it sounds like we're gonna go back out to the doctors again here. All right. And I got a doctor's appointment today too. There's something I haven't told you guys. Maybe I did tell you.
Oh,
I don't remember.
prostate
No,
prostate exam.
no. So do you remember the tooth?
Ain't no bleaching.
Yeah, yep, that's it. You got it. You nailed it. No, that's not it.
Tell us.
You remember the cap that I got put on my tooth recently? I had to have a cap put on a
Yes.
cracked tooth. When I went in, they took my blood pressure and it was like I think
Oh
it was
yeah.
135 over 110. And so then they retook it and they said, oh, now it's 125 over 91 or 2 or something like that. And so they said, your blood pressure is too high to give you any kind of Novocaine, so we're going to have to do this without Novocaine. And which was fine. It actually didn't hurt at all. It was very little pain whatsoever. But they told me, they said, next time, if your blood pressure is this high, we're not going to be able to see you, even for just a teeth cleaning. So you need to go in to see your doctor to get this taken care of. And I'm not stressing about it or anything like that. I'm not too worried about it. But they told me that 110 is extremely high for the, was it diastolic, I think. And so I need to go. I need to go into my doctor, so I made an appointment, and that's today at 4 o'clock. So I was going to do the end of the show today, and then close it down and then go to the doctor's, and probably never say anything about it to you guys. But now that we've got all this other doctor stuff going on, I might as well just tell you what's going on with me. Casey, sex change? No, thanks. I have plenty. Thanks. Appreciate it. Oh man. But I'm not really interested. So the interesting thing about my particular case is that um, if I wanted to start working out, uh, I'm a good candidate for a stroke. So I would need to get on some kind of medication before I started working out in order to keep my blood pressure in healthy, more stable levels. So I'm probably gonna have to get on some kind of medication so I can start working out again, I guess, and make a life change. Glenn says, "Yeah, but you were at the dentist. It doesn't count." Yeah. So I have no idea what they're gonna do to me today when I go in and. Go Good says YouTube Dr. Perdip. I feel like that's going to be like not something I want to see. You know what?
Mrs. Pirate and myself were
What's that?
steadfast donators. Mrs. Pirate and I were steadfast donors of blood and plasma over the years. I got refused the last time. They literally ran me out of the bloodmobile bus because my blood pressure was so high. They'll take blood from a dead body. So I guess that was my first clue that I needed to do something. So you're not alone with blood pressure issues.
Well, what's the what? Do you mind me asking how high it was?
No, they just they do the perfunctory checks when they first set you down in there. And the first phlebotomist or whatever they're called, she said, yeah, we can't take your blood today, and they hate to lose a free donor, so they brought another girl in. She thought that she might have the magic touch to reevaluate it, but when it was all said and done, they essentially told me to get the hell out. Doesn't make for a good afternoon when they tell you something like that. I guess it's not uncommon these days with with lawsuits and what have you.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of odd. I was like, seriously, like 90 over 125, or sorry, 125 over 90, and you can't clean somebody's teeth? I'm like, that's kind of silly. C Pimpin says put the salt down, and probably to be honest, my wife and I were looking at the numbers and seeing what kind of life changes we could make in order to lower my my blood pressure. And honestly, I feel like there's like 3 different life changes I could make that would probably lower those numbers drastically, to where I wouldn't have, like at least 5 on the diastolic. So it'd probably be down to like a 70, 75-ish number, which wouldn't be bad at all. And it's things like, less table salt, honestly. And I love salt on food. So, cutting down on the salts is one of them. Some of the yeah, no more French fries. And
No
cutting
more
down
salt
on,
your meat.
yeah, you can't salt my meat anymore. Um, and then like reduction in like, cola products would help as well. That'll help quite a bit.
I
And
mean, you got to get this fixed before we have a run because your heart is gonna be pounding.
believe it
When,
or not, like
well,
I usually do pretty well, and I actually strive
really?
in stressful situations. That's so so the job that I worked most of my entire life. Um, we had there at one point in time we had an analysis done on the position because they were trying to figure out like what kind of candidates they needed to hire because they were having problems with some of the people that they were hiring for the positions. And so they had to do an analysis, and they actually, after the analysis was done, and I was part of the study to find out what kind of traits that somebody needed to have in order to make a good operator. Uh, they found out that some of the traits are very very similar to nurses in an ER. We literally they ranked us as almost as heavily as a nurse in an ER. And so I actually really strive under this kind of situations. I find that you get into this like focus and you drill on it and you get into the numbers and you just kind of you let it kind of just absorb into it, and you ignore everything else around you, and yeah, it's it's a way of life. It's not easy to do, especially when people are panicking around you. That's probably one of the more harder things to do, is to deal with the people who are panicking around you, is ignoring them and just continuing to do what it is that you do. And that's probably the hardest thing, when everybody else is panicking, to be calm.
You got to be calm.
Yeah, you do. Corey, my man, Orlando, sweet. Have a wonderful trip. Be safe, and don't let those stay away from those alligators.
Yeah, what happened with Danny? I haven't seen him I haven't heard from him. He said he was going on a trip and then he never came back.
I don't know. We should reach out to him.
You have his phone number?
I
You can
don't.
all call him right now.
I don't, but we should be able to ring him through Discord.
Should be, yeah. I'm gonna check him out.
You could fax a school.
He's on vacay.
He's given us
Try to
enough
reach his
information
school.
where we can pinpoint where he is. You know what this means, guys? I'm gonna have to end the show early again, the live stream.
We understand.
She went to go pick up somebody real quick, and then she'll be right back. So it shouldn't be too long because they're only about 5 or 10 minutes away, and she just left
You
like
can
five
always
minutes ago.
stream on the weekend. To
Yeah,
make it up, you can stream on Saturday.
stream on Saturday to make up for it. That probably won't happen.
Well,
I'll be too busy
right.
drinking Coke and eating salty meat.
Carnitas.
Yeah, that's right. Carnitas. Oh my gosh, that's probably the worst for me.
Oh my God! Imagine they tell you, "Have you been eating carnitas?"
I'll
How
be
did you
like,
know?
well, like at least twice a month. Oh man.
Like that one skit in Whitest Kids You Know, and he got the spaghettio in the blood bag.
Woodstock, I don't drink anything diet or zero. Just don't like aspartame or
The taste.
what's
Ew.
that? What's that
Yeah.
other fake sugar that they use besides aspartame? It's
Ew. What is it? The one with the pink is that pink little. What is it called? Damn it!
Uh,
I know what you're talking about.
Splenda?
That's bad for you. Yeah, Splenda.
Splenda, yeah. I won't use that either. Anything with that fake sugar crap, I won't use it.
Now everything's pretty fake, but come on.
Well, yeah, I mean, and even sugar is technically kind of almost like a poison, so sugar's not even that great for you.
Just yeah, and they changed the name. Keep changing the name of that poisonous sugar.
Yeah.
Now they call it, what is it? Fractose syrup.
Mm.
I don't know.
Tim says he's eating a box of Cheez-Its within 2 days. What? That's not good, Tim.
Those are the best. I love Cheez-Its. I think I had one box of Cheez-Its when I was watching a streamer, and I was just sitting there snacking away. They're so addictive.
Have you ever had club crackers?
Are these saltine crackers?
Well, no, they're better than saltine crackers, way better. But they're like rectangles, and they're literally called club crackers. I think they're made by Keebler or maybe Nabisco. I can't remember who makes them. Anyways, I'm addicted to those club crackers. Just plain out of the package club cracker. I don't know what it is, but they're like crack.
Wow.
I'm a Triscuit man myself.
Triscuits are good too.
Get some of the sea salt Triscuits. A little fiber to back up some of that tequila.
It was funny since you mentioned tequila, I was telling my wife, I said, I didn't do a really good toast yesterday because we had to rush out. I had to rush out, and I said I should do a toast today before but I don't want to drink before I go to my doctor's appointment for high blood pressure. And she told me, she said, well, just fill your glass with water and ice and just tell everybody it's tequila, or tell them it's vodka. So I was gonna tell you guys it was vodka, and then later tell you the truth that it was really just water. But now that I'm not even gonna get to toast, I can't do it. But I was laughing with her about how funny it would be to do like my normal 3-shot glass toast at the end of the day, and then go straight in for high blood pressure doctor visit. The doctor's like, have you drinking anything lately? I'll be like, how long ago? How long are we talking about?
He's like, don't lie, I can smell it on your breath.
Smell my breath.
That's funny.
What do you think?
My God, he's gonna.
What's your prognosis?
He's gonna say, "Did you drive here, sir?"
What does this smell like to you? Oh man.
So does this mean you're going to be laying off the extra butter AMC popcorn?
I don't know, man. I don't know what this means. I'm just starting to get into this. So
if you do, bro, I think you should go all out on the lightly salted.
This lightly salted is really good if you don't eat it with anything else to taste test against it. So I'm okay with that. I wouldn't know any better.
I'll give it a shot. I'd give it a shot once they can keep it in stock. I haven't been able to find it. Just the extra butter.
Ariel says, "Isn't alcohol a vasodilator?" It should be a blood thinner. I don't know how that would necessarily impact your. I guess immediately, if you were to take your blood pressure after drinking something that thins out your blood, you probably would have a better blood pressure. But ultimately, long term, it probably is not necessarily good for your blood pressure, like the effects of it over time. I'm guessing though. I don't really know. I'm not a doctor.
I prefer my saltine cracker with a oyster on it, hot sauce. Get about a dozen of those, it fix a man right up.
Oysters and hot sauce?
Are you a fan? Are you a
sounds
fan of
good.
raw oysters, KC?
No. I tried that one time, and I'm gonna gross people out here, but to me it really reminds me of like accidentally swallowing a huge loogie, and it just grosses me out to like no end. And I can't do it. Like I saw a video
Damn
one
it.
time of this girl at a restaurant who was trying to do it for I guess maybe like her family or friends or something, and she puts it in her mouth and you see her like try to swallow it like 3 or 4 times and it just stays in her mouth and she can't get it out and she's gagging, dry heaving, and it like it really reminded me of like what I feel like when I've tried it before in the past. So I'm not a big fan.
Is it similar with other like mussels or things of that nature, or is it just the texture of the oyster
It's
itself?
it's the texture. I don't even know that you really taste it because I mean you just kind of swallow it.
It doesn't have much. It has like ocean. I don't know, like the ocean taste. But that's why you put lemon and salt over them and hot sauce. Oh man, they're the best. And then a beer or
Yeah,
whatever else goes with it. You're missing out. Live a little.
I have. I just didn't like it. It ranks right up there with snails,
With
escargot.
mushrooms? Oh, I haven't had snails.
Yeah, might as
Well,
well just eat
if you
snails.
find yourself feeling a little adventurous, perhaps try them on a grill. You
Oysters?
buy them from a fish market in a sack. They usually come in a gunny sack.
Wow.
Just take the oyster and shuck it raw, and then set the open shell on a grill. And when the water inside the shell starts to bubble, that's when you know they're done. And it's good fun to gather around a grill with a 50-pound sack of oysters but
Wow.
they're distinctly different that way than if you just eat them, in a bar out of half shell. So perhaps give it a second chance and try them grilled once, and you may find it's a different experience for you.
I've only been to one crawfish broil here in Texas once before, and I'd never been to one prior. And I was eating it, not thinking I was going to enjoy it, and they were actually really, really super tasty. And then some one of the host of the broil said, do you eat the head? Do you eat the head? I can see where you guys
Eat
gonna
the
go.
head.
I knew you knew you're I knew you were gonna say that. He says, "Do you eat the head?" And I said, "No." He goes, "You just gotta suck it." And I said,
Yeah.
I
You eat the tail and suck the head.
yeah, and I said,
Mhm.
I'm not doing that." And he, because I thought he was trying to like just pull my leg kind of a thing. He's like, "No, no, you just got," and he showed me, and he did it. And so, I was like, okay, well, this is obviously not like a just laugh at Casey kind of moment, so I'm gonna try it too. And so I tried it, and actually that was actually pretty decent. That I didn't mind. Oh man, I can see where this is going. I see all the
Have you
laugh out
have you
louds coming
have you
in here.
had the have you had the good fortune to attend a low country boil? I mean, a proper low country boil where they just dump everything out on a picnic table covered with like newspaper. Have you been to one of those?
That's what it was. That's what I'm telling you about was the first time I ever went was it was a real bona fide broil. And yeah,
Yeah,
it was good.
there's a good time to be had by that. It's real sociable. It's a communal meal. Everybody stands around the table and eats with their hands, and you have to be aware of the rules. There's going to be a limited amount of sausage in there, so you want to go for that sausage first, because that'll be the first thing to go. After that, avoid the potatoes. The potatoes are there for suckers. Potatoes just suck up a whole bunch of that cayenne pepper and get hot, and you want to leave the potatoes to the newbies. Go ahead and focus on that sausage first, and when that becomes a rare commodity, then you can work on those
So
mud bugs.
so this broil started and it went until beyond midnight. And at some point, this is the first time that I ever had Fireball. At some point, somebody broke Fireball out of a freezer, and people started doing shots of Fireball. And we had already been drinking beer most of the day, so the Fireball started getting passed around. And next thing I know, People's pants are coming off.
Ooh.
It was it was one heck of a Texas broil. Let me just tell you. It got kind of spicy, for sure. Definitely got spicy.
I don't.
So
That's not how you refill the sausage, man.
yeah, the sausage was flying. No, it wasn't. It wasn't really. But yeah, the Texas broil. That was a heck of an experience. But I've only been once, and that's it. And I'll tell you what. I found out very quickly that shoot, what is it called again? Fireball. Fireball is I call it the devil's juice. I'm telling you, I have never seen people go wild that much after drinking shots of an alcohol before, and it just brings out the devil in the people. It's just like crazy. It's the devil's juice.
It brings out it loosens people up. In other words, I
Oh
don't know
my
why everybody's
gosh.
always got to blame the devil.
It's the devil. You're doing things you didn't
Damn
think
it.
you'd ever do. It's like, oh my gosh, I didn't think I'd ever run down a street naked before. I'm running down the street naked. No, I didn't do that.
I thought that was normal.
No, I know, right? Yeah, well, for some people it is, but it's the devil's juice.
Well, you consider it. They sprinkle a little bit of cinnamon on bourbon and tell girls they can drink all they want.
That's fun.
Nana says, "Bring on the fireball." Yeah. Kathy says, "Tell us more." I can't remember more, Kathy, because I passed out. I went inside and I thought it would be funny if I laid down on the floor and pretended like I had passed out on the floor, and then nobody came to check on me, and I passed out on the floor. I woke up. I woke up.
You're like,
I woke up the next morning with a pillow underneath my head. My wife eventually came back inside and saw me passed out on the floor, so she came in and they got a pillow and they put it on my head, and they literally left me passed out on the floor where I was passed out on the floor. So, I wasn't there for the rest of it.
uh-oh. So, did you take off your clothes, or was it just
No,
them?
no, I didn't. I did not. No, not me. All right, I got to get out of here, guys. It's I hate to do this to you,
Alright,
but I do what I want to play.
keep us updated.
I will. I want to play. I want to play the music on the way out here, and the reason that I want to play it is because Deb. I got to give props to Deb today because Deb's birthday song that she picked out today is just so freaking awesome. Deb, I mean, it's not Pantera, it's not Soundgarden, it's nothing like that at all. But man, I'll tell you what, there's a place in my heart for music that's just pure, and I love it. And it's simple, but speaks to
Island
you.
Voice?
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what it is. Yep. But yeah, I thank you, Deb, for it's the first time I've ever heard that song before in my life, and it definitely touched me. Not like Fireball did, but it touched me in a different kind of way. So thank you. It touched me in a good kind of way. So thank you. So I think I'm going to sign off, guys. Appreciate you guys being here for me and understanding, that I took a week off and here I am like running away constantly right when I come back and everything. So thanks for understanding. I appreciate it.
You got it. Just keep us updated because now we're worried.
All right, I will. I'll let you guys know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, I'm gonna close it out here, guys. Thanks for understanding again. I appreciate it. Let me play this out, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early. And as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. It's our last one this week. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because who knows when they're going to be farting all over the place. And for crying out loud, go see a good movie because there are so many of them out right now. That's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and Dan, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Wider than a mile, I'm crossing you in style someday. Oh, dream maker, you heartbreaker, wherever you're going, I'm going your way. Two drifters off to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. same rainbows and waiting round the bend. My huckleberry friend, moon, river, and me.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other, all